Good morning, everybody. Why did my mic do that? What the heck? Oh, it's loose on its stand. That's odd. One second. Let me fix that. Good morning, everybody. It is a lovely Saturday morning. Good morning. It's Ava in the morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you slept well. Oh boy, it is chilly over here, let me tell you. I've got my hoodie on. I'm still shivering. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're finishing some Terminators today. I'm very excited. I've got my my breakfast bar in me. I got some water. I've taken my vitamins, my supplements, all that shit. I'm ready to go. I'm just a little chilly. We got 2 pieces of Warhammer news. There was a update yesterday for like later on in the afternoon. Excuse me, sorry. No, we didn't miss it yesterday. It's that before we started, actually, there wasn't. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I'm so disgusting. Ugh. I'm just all sneezy in the morning. Alrighty. So yesterday Warcom got updated, like, while we were streaming, after we had done our morning news segment. But we got it here, though. We got it here. We've got Dan Abnett's latest novel sees a hive city teetering on the brink. It's going to be a 2-part novel coming out later. And it's basically a hive world. A new governor is set in place, and it turns out they are way in over their head. And there is a lot of trickery and politicking going about. And you know what? I usually don't really give a fuck about hive worlds and stuff like that. But I think the concept of this one is really, really interesting. It sounds really cool. If the politicking is interesting, awesome. I'm in. But if it's just kind of boring, oof. Oof. Don't want that. I need my politicking to be interesting. Ezzy, good morning. Good morning. Yay, Hive World politics. I hope they're interesting. I need it to be more a Game of Thrones and less, what's a series I can think of that has, like, a really bad politicking? I can't think of it. Morning, Ava. Just wanted to say Chris Wright and Dan Abnett are the best 40k authors, and I'll die on that hill. I haven't read too many of Dan Abnett's books. I know people praise him as the day is long. However, oh god, I'm so bad with names. Nate Crowley, my goat. My goat, not a single image. Nate Crowley, the author of The Twice Dead King, Gazkul, Thraka, Prophet of Dawa. I really, 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 really like Nate Crowley's work. You need to watch Better Call Saul? We did. Carrie and I watched, like, all of it when I was visiting last over the holidays. Big Army. This is the second piece of news. We'll read that in just a second. But yeah, I am very optimistic of this. Dan Abnett, I think a lot of people gas him up, and that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, that's the facts. The fact of the matter is, people are like, dude, Dan Abnett, I'm fucking there. News 2. Here's a new Age of Sigmar magazine that's basically going to give you a large collection of spearheads over the course of enough time. Each issue will come with miniatures, accessories, terrains, paints, or tools that introduce you to Age of Sigmar and your first spearhead armies, so you'll amass an impressive collection over time while learning the game and why it's a boatload of fun. By the end of the series, you'll have 12 full spearhead armies at your command, along with everything you need to collect, build, paint, and play in the world of the Mortal Realms. The forces to collect represent a wide variety of factions from all 4 Grand Alliances that battle over the Mortal Realms, including the proud vampires of the Soulblight Gravelords, the mysterious reptilian Seraphon, the putrescent maggot kin of Nurgle, and the conniving Gloomspite Gits. The weekly magazine that come part of the Spearhead collection are packed with guides to help you on your journey, as well as loads of fascinating lore about the mortal realms and the people that live in them, and battles fought for control over their lands. Then, once you've got to know everyone, you can make them knock the stuffing out of each other in progressive tutorial games that take you from fresh-faced cadet to grizzled officer. It's not just miniatures either. Spearhead comes with paints and brushes to paint your armies with new colors and tools every few issues. Oh, and don't worry if you're not already an artistic maestro. There are step-by-step painting guides that build from the very basics until you've got plenty of techniques and tricks under your hat. Dude, I gotta say, if you're like a parent on a budget and your kid is kind of interested in Warhammer, but you kind of want to drip feed them, or even like you and a friend want to do this, this is honestly really cool. I know Vivi is splitting this with a friend. If you're really thinking of getting into the Spearhead groove, you can also upgrade to a premium subscription, which adds a bunch of legendary monsters and heroes to your collection, whether you're taking them up to full-size games of Warhammer Age of Sigmar or keeping them as epic display pieces on your shelf. They are a great way to use your newly acquired hobby skills to build up bigger and better projects. Spearhead Magazine is available now in local and national retailers throughout the UK. Alternatively, you can subscribe on Hatchet's website, making sure you never miss an issue and bagging some extra free gifts. So let's analyze this. This comes with the Spearheads Sylvaneth, Idoneth Deepkin, Cities of Sigmar, Seraphon, Lumineth Realm Lords, Stormcast Eternals, Gloomspite Gits, Soulblight Gravelords, Skaven, Ossiarch Bone Reapers, Maggotkin of Nurgle, Slaves to Darkness. Excuse me. Sorry, I think I've like just got a, it's just like really chilly right now. Out of all these Spearheads, I have played the Seraphon, the Skaven, no, not that Skaven one. I've played the Seraphon, Gloomspite Gits, Slaves to Darkness, Maggotkin. I've played against the Lumineth Stormcast. That's it. I played against those. I split the 40k version with my husband. Yeah, like, honestly, if you and someone else want to, like, get into it, this is a great way to exactly do that. 12 Spearheads, like, honestly, with how fun Spearhead is, and you know me, I'm Age of Sigmar's #1 girly. I will praise that goddamn game until the day dies. I love Age of Sigmar. But I mean this so genuinely. Spearhead is the best onboarding experience Games Workshop has ever made. Fuck Combat Patrol. Combat Patrol fucking blows. Eat my dick, Combat Patrol. You suck. This? Whoo. You get 4 magazines per month, so it's a lot. So you get one like every week. I mean, at least that's like consistent. But still. Wow. I mean, I think we have the schedule for these. So, like, if you want to subscribe long enough to where you get one of these Spearheads that you want and, like, a couple extra, then, that's a pretty good deal. You get a pack of all 4 at once. Oh, never mind. That's very different. No, but I mean this so genuinely. Spearhead is, like, by far one of the best things Games Workshop has ever made. So I genuinely think this is excellent, especially if you are into AOS for any reason. I'm really hoping 11th edition just fucking rips Combat Patrol from its foundations and completely remakes it from the ground up. I really hope. Hold on a minute. Computer. Enhance. Because these are the old Spearheads for all these factions. There's new ones coming out for this edition. Hold on. My Soulblight Gravelord fans, my collectors. Are those the old Death Rattles? No, those are the new ones. Okay, thank God. We clearing inventory, Hanji W. I mean, no. I don't think I can stress enough. Like, obviously you don't hear about it as much because AOS, like, even though it's like probably one of the most popular tabletop games ever, 40K, like, I always see people sometimes comparing AOS's popularity to 40K, and I'm like, you're comparing, like, a massive success to a insane... You are comparing, like, a hero to a demigod. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's 40K at the very tippy top, power gap, everything else. You know what I mean? So... I don't think I can overstate how successful Spearhead has been for Age of Sigmar. AOS is a little baby compared to 40K, but it says a lot. It says a lot that AOS has become, like, as talked about, at least in a lot of spaces, as talked about as 40K. Not necessarily for lore, but for, like, miniatures and shit, and also the rules and gameplay, absolutely. And that's not to say that 4th edition is perfect for AOS. There are some problems. But at the same time, like, if I'm ever like, yo, Lou, do you want to play some Warhammer? And we're both kind of, like, not... We're either pressed for time, or we don't really have, like, a want to be exhausted by rules. We just go, yeah, man... Let's just load up Tabletop Sim. Let's just click on the Spearhead thing. What Spearhead do you want to play today? And then we play Spearhead, and it takes like an hour, and we go, all right, that was a great game. Let's do that again sometime. Mike, get this, the only issue is I already have the Sylvaneth and Soulblade Spearheads. So here's the thing with the Sylvaneth one. If you're interested in a Sylvaneth army, doubling up on this is actually amazing. The Kurnoth Hunters, you get 2 Treekin, like, that's crazy. 2 Branch Witches might not be amazing, though. You could probably use this as, like, a conversion. Yeah, the Tree Lord is a triple build. So are the Kurnoth Hunters, I think. Unless they only include the... Because I know the rules are only for the Kurnoths with the bows. But I'm pretty sure they'll have all the options. So you can give them the great swords, or you can give them the scythes. You can't change their weapons? Okay, sweet. I love the Kurnoth Hunters. It is my favorite part of the Sylvaneth army. Like, the Dryads and stuff are cool, don't get me wrong. But these guys, like, come on. Come on, these guys are awesome. I love that in AOS Soulbound, you can, when you're using a character creator to create a Kurnoth or or just a generic Sylvaneth, whatever the fuck, when you're listing, like, your leaf color, it specifically has a note included of, like, oh, your colors can change as the seasons go by. And that's just, that's awesome. That's so cool. Hello, Aviary. Is this a nickname? For me? For me? No, I love the Kurnoth. The Kurnoth are by far my favorite part of the army. I kind of wish the cavalry for Sylvaneth was different, because I think Belthanos fucks. I think Belthanos, First Thorn of Kurnoth, looks awesome. And I wish... I'm over here going, give me more Kurnoth! Give me more Kurnoth now! And the cavalry that they have are the Revenant Seekers. Which are cool. Don't get me wrong, they are cool. I like the bug. I like the bug. I'm not really a fan of the spirits possessing or, like, merging with nature type deal. I think it's cool, but as, like, a painting thing, doesn't really excite me. Tree people? Yes, yes. This one is cool, though. This is the one that Carrie really wants. She really, really wants the Warsong Revenant, and she wants to replace the eggs up here, and she wants to maybe get rid of the vines. She wants to make this a whole big project. She wants it, like, coming out of the water. She wants to add, like, cherry blossoms, or, like, paint these as cherry blossoms blossoming. And she wants to make this a whole cool thing. But her whole deal with, if she gets into Sylvaneth, she has always told me, like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna make them cherry blossom colored. It's such a good idea. It's so cool. God, the Dryads are so old. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Look at them. At least they're easy to paint, but they look fiddly as fuck. Look at that. Look at that. Dude, I bet the people who get put on the Sylvaneth team for the heavy metal painting, I bet the people who get put on this are like, yes! Like, what should I know before I get into a Warhammer magazine subscription? I would read literally everything about it. I would do a ton of research because I personally have not subscribed to it. I haven't. I might, but I mean, like, honestly, if this interests you, like, this is a really good deal. And also, like, let this be known, you get both terrain sets for both Spearhead versions. You get the Fire and Jade and then the Sand and Bone. I have the Fire and Jade stuff because I have the Scaventide box now. But, like, it sounds too good to be true. So, let me... Pandora, how expensive is it? Like, per month? Because there's the regular, and then there's the premium subscription. For me, it's $88 a month. So $88 a month. Let's do some quick math. It's about $88 a month. Multiply that by 12 for a full year. Just over $1,000. Now, if we're gonna look at this, that's for the whole year. That's a big discount. When you look at all of these, because let's see here. Every Spearhead is let's do a Spearhead. About 150. So let's multiply 150 by 12. $1,800. So you're saving nearly $1,000. You're saving roughly $800, or more accurately, like $754. You also do get a shitload of paints and brushes. Yeah, I'm only calculating the miniatures, but just the miniatures alone, you're saving about $750, which is one second. Oh god. You're basically, if you're doing the subscription, you're basically getting 5 of these Spearheads for free. The premium one, you get 4 drops of big minis. If I had a job, this might be a good deal. Oh yeah, if you have the budget for this, or you're sharing it with a friend, like, This is what I've heard a lot of people do. They pay for this magazine and they split it. They split the cost with a friend. So instead of $88, you're going for $44 per month. And let's say me and Pandora were splitting this. And let's say I'm like, oh yeah, I already have the Slaves to Darkness Spearhead. You can take that one, but I don't have the Soulblight Gravelords. I want that. And so we just split, you know? The last one I got had Howling Banshee Squad and a Chaos Demon Prince. Jesus. Employment sounds a lot less scary now. Well, again, it's all about, like, planning stuff out. Like, a lot of this stuff is hella expensive, but the second that you start calculating, like, well, what if I split this with somebody, you know? And there's lots of people online who, like, let it be clear, they are strangers, and your mileage may vary depending on the person that you get, but I'm sure that when 11th edition drops, there's going to be people in our Discord, in our community, going like, yo, this shit looks awesome. I'm really a big fan of the orcs. Would anybody want to split this 11th edition box with me? Because that takes the cost from, like, it's probably going to be like $300, roughly $300. Split that with someone else, you got $150. That's a lot less scary. Now, depending on where you're at, you're going to have to package up the other miniatures, send them off. What is this mythical thing that you have called a friend? Well, they don't have to be your friend. Listen, I bought a lot of miniatures online. A lot. I wouldn't consider any of the people that I've bought miniatures from my friends. Except for, like, 3D prints. I bought 3D prints from friends. I bought some minis from friends. But, like, the ratio, I usually buy them from strangers. On, like, the Troll Trader or eBay or some shit, you know? The first premium drop is kind of insane. It had a Psychophage, a Terminator Squad, a Hive Tyrant, and a Brutalis Dreadnought in it. I feel like that is GW going like, now let's get you hooked. You know what I mean? Like, that feels very calculated to me. I kind of want more 40k chaos for this subscription, but share the others for Space Marines, Orcs, and Tyranids, etc. Fair enough. What was the Combat Patrol magazine? Oh my god! Silver Templars. What about him? Let's take a look at this. Pictures not to scale, items may vary. Yeah, so with this, you're getting, again, Combat Patrols. So you get the Space Marine one, Tyranids. God, the World Eaters one. God, the World Eaters one is so... Hey, do you like Khorne Berserkers? Here you go. Here's 20 of them, and a Lord on Juggernaut. There's the fucking Forge Fiend. / Mauler Fiend. The puppy. Gene Stealer, Chaos Space Marines, Eldar, Votann, Guard, Orcs. Yeah. So what you're saying is I should get into the back of the stranger's car. I've never had to get into the back of somebody's car when buying miniatures, but I mean, I wouldn't recommend that. It fucking worked. I started my Salamander's army after that. Yup. Best regards. Have a great weekend. Stay safe and watch out for space sharks. Of course. Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend. I'm less excited by this one, and it's purely because I don't like Combat Patrol. It is purely, I think Combat Patrol sucks as a game. Whereas Spearhead is fucking awesome. Salamanders is best because of green. I don't like their really vibrant yellow-green that they have in 40k. I'm way, 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 way more of a fan of their desaturated heresy colors. My glasses case. I need to clean off my lenses. Yeah, it feels really different because with 40K you're getting it because you're like, oh yeah, these are gonna be added to my army, whereas the AOS one has like a different vibe because Spearhead is just such a great game. So it's like, oh, even if I don't collect an army of Ossiarch Bone Reapers, I have this Spearhead, and I really like this Spearhead, and I will play it. Like, from what I understand, Spearhead tournaments are almost, if not just as popular as official full-scale 2K point Age of Sigmar tournaments. I got a fuck ton of Legionaries, but I wouldn't mind getting some more for kit bashes. Yeah, with all the stuff that we have for the Chaos Community Project, we're gonna have some bodies left over. I was talking with Vivi about this. I was telling her, oh yeah, if we ever get a knight, like a Chaos Knight or Armigers or something to add to the Chaos Community Army, I'm gonna use those bodies to put them on the base. You always need something there for scale. The Knight Abominant has some scale already built in because there are like literally birds coming off of its chassis. But you know what I mean. I joined a Combat Patrol tournament and went 5-0 because the Drukhari one is insanely overtuned. Spearhead also has this problem. There are some Spearheads that are just like stupid strong. I played the Maggotkin of Nurgle one, not the new one, the old one with the 2 Fly Lords. Disgusting. And I mean that in a way that, like, I felt bad when I won. Because I was like, I can tell my friend did not have fun. And I don't think I would play that Spearhead ever again. There are some Spearheads that are, like, insanely tactical. There are some that are extremely funny. For example, I played this Gloomspite Gets Spearhead most recently, and that shit was just clown shoes. Because it was either everything went perfectly right with my rolls, or this entire squad of goblins just died, and then next turn, I brought them all back. So it was just kind of this stupid fucking stalemate for like, the full game. It was so dumb. I had that game though. I had grown an appreciation for the Troggoths. Troggoths are really strong. They are definitely your elite infantry. Oh, chat, can we get some good luck for Ivy? Ivy's going to a tournament today. She's playing Emperor's Children. Wish her luck. Emperor's Children is a really hard army to play. And, like, honestly, like, I respect her massively for getting into it. I wish I liked World Eater's rules. I really do. I wish I liked their models. I'll tell you what models I like in World Eaters. I like Angron, Khorne Berserkers, Lord on Juggernaut / Lord Invocatus. That's it. I don't like Jackals. I really don't like 8-Bound. I fucking hate the Slaughter Lord. Khorne Lord of Skulls, I don't know if I necessarily count as a World Eaters model because it was already in the army. It was already in for CSM, but it is a cool mini. So, that counts, I suppose. I hate how many anemic armies there are in 40K. It's true. It upsets me more. I'm gonna people are gonna be like, Ava, you're dwarf hating again. You're being a hater of dwarves again. It does upset me how much Votann has gotten in like the same amount of time as the World Eaters and Well, not World Eater. Well, not Emperor's Children, but World Eaters and Leagues of Votann came out around the same time. Votann got their full second wave. They have, like, actual variety now. Whereas World Eaters, it's like, here you go. Also, I know you guys are Chaos Space Marines, but you can't use the same shit that normal Chaos Space Marines can use. Or at least, like, you can't use all of it. It's ridiculous. I instinctively went to Age of Sigmar. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Like, Angron? Gorgeous model. Gorgeous model. I would like to have him just to paint him. Gorgeous mini. Gorgeous. Honestly, it was like the thing that like attracted me most about the army is that hearing like, oh yeah, you could play Angron and he's also super fucking strong. But then that almost became like a, well, yeah, when you play World Eaters, you bring Angron because he's the only thing that you have that hits really fucking hard. To be fair, they were dead for 20 years. Yeah, sure. Space Marines has more data sheets than nearly half the armies combined. That's like, I don't even consider that like a point anymore because Space Marines are just so overwhelmingly popular. It's like talking about, it goes back to what we were talking about with like Age of Sigmar compared to 40k. It's like you just can't compare the two because at the top it's going to be Space Marines, power gap, everything else. Everything else. It's wild when you see the data that people have made of the player bases between both AOS and 40k. Whereas AOS, it's a pretty even distribution of factions where some of them are obviously like less played, but like the pie chart is a lot more even. Whereas the pie chart for 40k, 60% of all players across the board for 40k play Space Marines. Not Chaos Space Marines, Space Marines. It's crazy. And that's mostly because there are many flavors of Space Marines. It is Dark Angels. It is Blood Angels. It is Space Wolves. Honestly, chat, if you want to get into World Eaters, fuck that other Combat Patrol. This one is way better, in my honest opinion. Or just combine the two. Get the other one with the Lord Invo, and then get this one with the Zerkers. Fuck the Jackals. The Jackals suck. I hate them. I hate them. Get a Demon Prince? Hell yeah. You're cooking now. I hate the 8-bound. I hate them a lot. Like, no offense to the Sculptor, obviously. Like, I think visually they look really interesting. They don't excite me, you know? They're the only thing that's fleshed out. There's a reason Necrons gained a fuck ton of popularity when they actually fleshed out the lore and marketed them. I agree with that. But also, the little capitalist in my soul, the little evil part of my soul, does tell me every time you do that, it's a risk. Every single time you do that, it is a risk. Which is why when people were talking about murmurings of like, ooh, what if the 11th edition box is going to be Drukhari versus Space Marines? And immediately I was like, I don't want to yuck anybody's yum. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade. But as a business decision, that is a risk. You know, it's not a risk. Orcs. Orcs have a massive following. Massive following. So that'll sell a lot more boxes. Wouldn't it be funny if the Horse Heresy percentage of people who not play Space Marines is higher than in 40k? That would be funny. That would be funny. Ew. I hate your data sheet. 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 God, I fucking hate blood letters. As somebody who's built, painted, and played with blood letters, I fucking hate blood letters. I hate them. There's Karn in a model that I don't really like. The Jackal kill team is neat with the Digitroid Bionics for that extra oomph, plus extra hype, zing over your average cultist. I agree. But I think the kill team of Jackals makes me think, oh, this is what Jackals should have been. Instead of shitty Mad Max looking dudes. This is all subjective, obviously. Like, I just don't really like Jackals. I've painted Jackals. I don't want more Jackals. I don't like cultists. I do not like them. I don't like cultists. I don't want cultists in my army. I don't care about cultists. I'd rather have the kill team than these guys. I also cannot stress enough how fucking fragile these guys are. The connection points for all of their chains and their wrists. Oh my god, they're so fragile. Oh, do you want to do dry brushing? Oh, did you hit him a little too hard? Oh, the top knot is snapped off. Oh, this spike is snapped off. Oh, this little chainsaw has snapped off. It fucking tilts me. It tilts me when I'm painting my Jackals. I hate them. I hate them. Hashtag Necron problems. It's fucking true. It's fucking true. But, like, look at this. Like, this is the part of World Eaters that I'm like, this should be the fucking thing. Yes. This is perfect. I have a Lord on Juggernaut. I painted Lord Invocatus, and I said, oh, I don't really like this. And I changed him into a Lord on Juggernaut. Oh my god, it's awesome. It's so fucking cool. You'll notice that when I was talking about the battle profiles of things for World Eaters, I did not count the demons, and I'll tell you why. Because the demons kind of suck. I need them to make demons, like, viable. And the number one thing is that I'll tell you how you make bloodletters a lot more appealing to me. I'll tell you. You make them 2 wounds. Not 1, 2. 2 wounds. That's it. Make them 2 wounds. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's all I want. Go from 1 wound to 2. That's it. That's all I want. They have no armor. They have no armor. Don't give them armor. Don't give them an invul. Don't give them anything. Just 2 wound. That's all I ask. God, I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I do not like the Slaughterbound. I do not. Sam I am. I do not like the Slaughterbound. I do not like him. I don't like his weird, just very straight arm. I don't like it. I do not like it. I don't understand what is happening here. I get the concept of, like, I guess he's supposed to be swinging, or maybe he's, like, calling a charge, but his pose doesn't give that impression. His pose more so gives the impression he's, like, maybe trying to swing, but it doesn't look like that either. It just looks like he's just kind of holding his arms straight out. I don't really fucking... I don't get it. Aren't World Eaters missing half their range? No, it's worse than that. They had access to the full Chaos Space Marine catalog, barring, like, some infantry. Like, but now they just don't. I like it. It's the arm that bothers me the most. The arm bothers me a lot. He looks like he's dabbing. Aren't the Bloodletters supposed to be the super elite demons of Corn? No, you're thinking of Bloodthirsters. Bloodthirsters are the super elite demons. Now, these guys are fucking spicy. These guys are fucking good. Bloodletters, on the other hand, meh. But I remember when I was, like, getting into World Eaters, I was like, ooh, I'll have a force of lots of berserkers, and I'll call them my own custom warband. I'll call them the Hounds of Corn, and I'll have lots of flesh hounds, and I'll run around and kill, maim, burn, and it'll be so fun. And then I was like, ooh, I really hope we get some Juggernaut cavalry. That would be so awesome. It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. And they gave me the Slaughterbound. Now, with that said, next edition for 11, if World Eaters comes out and it's like, hey guys, here's Zerker Cavalry, I'll be like, you know what? Okay. Will it get me to collect it? Maybe not, because frankly, the rest of the army doesn't call to me either. It's, okay, here's your options. Bring Angron. Bring a Lord of Skulls. Berserker spam. 8-bound spam. Jackal spam. Like, you can have a variety of all of these, but frankly, with how the, my main gripe, fuck everything I just said. My main gripe is their mechanic. Their main battle army, their army rule, I do not like it. I do not like it. I do not like going to the Corncino. I don't want to go to the Corncino. I don't care. I do not want it. You mean the Zinch mechanic crammed into a Corn army? Yes. Yes, I do. Let's do a comparison. Let's do a comparison. I've done this on the show before, but I'll do it again. World Eaters. I'm going to duplicate this tab. God. I can't even look at it. Stop! I'm gonna vomit! Watch this, watch this, watch this. Okay. Okay, let's look at this. Here's your army rule. It's gambling. It's gambling. It's gambling. You roll 8d6, and then you see what you get. You're going gambling. And it's supposed to be like, oh, are you, like, getting your blessings for your god or whatever, right? Here's what you have for AOS. You have a fucking skill tree based on how many things you've killed. How many blood points do you have? Look at this. Look how fucking cool this is. When will we get a World Eater Surgeon? Never. Never. Look at what you can have with a Corn army. You can have, as they get more bloody, this blood points, you get one depending on if a unit is destroyed. Including your own. Corn cares not from where the blood flows. So you have Murder Lust right at this fucking start, and then you fucking just keep going, baby. You just keep fucking going. It really does feel like, with some factions, with some factions in Age of Sigmar, I look over at their equivalents in 40k, and I feel like that Invincible meme where I'm like, look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Look what they need. I don't know. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's a game, but, like, I feel a little personal with it, especially with World Eaters, because I do have, like, a shit ton of World Eaters behind me. I have now in my collection, counting the ones that we are painting for the Chaos Army, I have 30 Berserkers. I have 10 Jackals. I have a Lord on Juggernaut. And it's because I bought the Combat Patrol when it released, because I was like, oh, I fucking love Corn. Painted them, stripped them, painted them again, stripped them, painted them again, stripped them. They are stripped now. I do not have $20,000 of minis, chat. That is not the case, no. Most of my miniatures have been bought secondhand. I am not a person who shies away from purchasing miniatures from other people and just stripping the paint. That's something I do all the fucking time. The old Blood Times mechanic in 9th was so much better. I fucking agree! I agree! So was the Voton one! Remember when Votom were like an elite army and then they completely changed it? I remember. I just need to play more 40K. I do. I need to learn the rules more. I need it to be like second nature, you know? Yeah, remember the grudge tokens? I remember the grudge tokens. They were fucking sick. I'm setting up the camera. One sec. What are you crashing out about now? Lou, we're talking about rules that have changed from even like recent editions such as 9th, and how it's like kind of frustrating to see how things have changed ultimately to make things like either a little more boring or whatever, but particularly talking about things like World Eaters mechanics and the Leagues of Votom mechanics, where they used to have like the grudges, and now it's just like I don't even fucking know what they have now. The only thing I don't like about buying secondhand minis is when people glue them together poorly and you have the painful disassemble to fix them. So, this isn't really a problem for me, personally. Because I'm gonna strip the paint anyway, usually. I'm usually buying, like, already painted minis. My main problem, and this is related to the gluing on part, my main problem when buying secondhand minis is I look at the build option that they did, and it's particularly just like from a visual standpoint of, oh, you didn't put a helmet on this guy? Bad taste. Maybe that's why you're selling them. Interesting. Interesting. Curious. They're going hard into the Deep Rock Galactic aesthetic. Yeah. It's not an aesthetic I really fuck with. Alright, chat. We're painting some Terminators today. We might not paint all of them today, but we're gonna get it pretty much done. I need to stress, okay, because this is wild. The head in real life looks so much better than what it does on camera. I promise you. I mean, it doesn't look bad on camera, but you understand the difference, right? He's got this tan skin, but like from in real life, it just looks like normal fucking skin. What's your stance on WYSIWYG? I do not give a fuck! I don't care, but my mind goblins do. My mind goblins do care a lot, especially because 40K does have different loadouts, especially for other things. I wish I cared less about WYSIWYG. But my mind goblins tell me he has 2 power fists. And if I go, oh, I want to do the loadout where he has like a power fist and a fucking power sword, and we're playing the game, I'm going to keep forgetting, because I'm stupid, that he has power fists and not the fucking power sword. That's my stance on WYSIWYG. It's not for you. It's not for you, it's for me. Do you not have new recruit? Yeah, but like I'm talking visually, like off the cuff. I think the best thing Age of Sigmar ever did was just go, here's the battle profile. That's it. Oh, what did you build your Skaven with? Yeah, who cares? It's like murderous weapons. Here you go. Easy fix with a weapon scabbard, perchance? I mean, sure. But personally, like my mind goblins are telling me I need them to do this. Because if I have, like, all bolters in a squad, right? And then I go, like, actually, this guy has a power fist and a chainsword, or whatever the fuck. That's gonna bother me. It's not like, ew, I'm playing for an advantage or whatever. It personally, it bothers me. New recruit doesn't make you pay for rules, so it is evil. True. The AOS and 40k guys are opposite sides of the hallway who can't communicate the good ideas across it. I think the way you do, you make them communicate. Not make them communicate, but what's what I'm trying to say here? I think the AOS community being incredibly vocal on how good we have it with rules is important. Because then that'll tell the team working on 40k, they're going to be like, well, you know what? Let's take a look over at Age of Sigmar. People have been really hyping up this spearhead thing. Maybe we should take a look at that spearhead thing. Then they take a look, and they go, you know what? That's pretty sick. Charmy's looking solid. Thank you. I'm very happy that we got the armor done yesterday. There are some things I want to touch up, like that spot there. But that's pretty much it. Like, the blue armor is in a place that I'm very happy with. It looks worn and beat up. I'm very, 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 very happy. Ooh. Got hit a little hard there. Although, that's just because it's next to the Aquila. It's on the Aquila, so when we paint that part gold, it'll just look like this paint has, like, chipped off a little bit more. Like, it almost looks like... where's a brush so I can demonstrate this? It almost looks like a shot or, like, a sword maybe has come down and, like, tried to... Or, like, a bolter has hit him, like, right here, or, like, glanced off the armor. Like, ka-chunk, you know? Going to make the Crux Terminatus pop more by coloring it? Oh, of course. Like, here's the guideline we're having. They're going for that gray, stony look that the Crux usually has. I feel like we're going to use some washes today, chat. I don't like washes, but we're probably going to use some today. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a very big fan of how these are coming out, but we got to finish them today. And before we do that, I need water for my drinking water, and I need water for my paint water. So, I will be right back, chat. Said it before, I'll keep saying it. I love Carrie. She got me a water filter. Dude, it's nice to drink water from Kansas that doesn't taste like chlorine. Pay water and drinking water are the same. Why are you just wasting water? There's a reason Poor Hammer made the joke. Oh, you're playing Chaos Demons, the AOS tournament is over that way. We gotta make sure GW knows AOS actually has a decent game design. I think they know. I think they are aware that AOS has really, really, really good game design. Okay. We're going to start today by doing metallics. So we're going to be covering Anything that's metal, such as these pipes, this stuff, the back plates, things like that. The bolters, obviously the bolters. And we'll go from there. We're starting today with Vallejo Magnesium. I need a paper towel. Here we go. This one's still damp from yesterday. That's fun. No, Ava, you need to get rid of it. It's starting to make a mold environment. I don't care. I'm going to throw it away later. Health Carrie is treating you well. I love her. I love her more than anything. I'd do some dark shit for that girl. If it meant her happiness, I would do some crazy shit. Hey chat. Do you think we wash with a Do you think we wash with a black wash, or do we want to go with a contrast paint? Because I kind of like the contrast paint idea. I've got some Basilicanum Gray next to me. Maybe we do that. We'll see. The mold is just free penicillin. I don't know about that. Wash with contrast? I agree. I agree. You. Come here. You understand the tech. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, some. How do you yes, sir, for non-beanies? Speaking as one, I feel like I have some opinions. But also, I don't really mind if people use femme-sounding pronouns, masc-sounding pronouns. I don't really care when they're talking about me. I'm thinking about the order of operations here. We're gonna make... This part will be red. This part on the inside will be metallic. This will be red. This will be metallic. So it'll actually be easier to do the metallics first, then paint the red in. Red on top. Yeah, we could do that. That's easy. Yes, yes, person. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Yes, comrade. Nah, but it's got to be like yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can like slur it together, you know? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fuck. What can we do? What can we do to help this? Hello, my fellow humans. All right. Magnesium. AML color. If you use their game color or their model color, it is Garbo. It's not very good, I hear. All right, I'm doing 3 drops. Okay. My brush is wet because I put it in the water earlier. Let's get started. Chat, how's the music volume? Let me know. Do you want it up louder? Do you want it quieter? Uh-oh. Sprue nub. Sprue nub. That's alright. Oh, no, not Vallejo Bold Titanium White. Pro Acryl Bold Titanium White. That is the best white on the market.
Now, luckily for a lot of Terminators, there's not a lot of metallics on them. This is why I tell people when they're like, oh, I kind of want to get into Space Marines, but I've never really painted one before. But I'm kind of interested in Terminators. I'm like, yeah, go for it. As somebody who... I've painted Chaos Terminators a few times in different schemes. These are my first Primaris Terminators, and I have to say they are a dream to paint. They are a dream. Especially if you want to do the techniques that I've been doing. It's very easy to get a paint scheme that looks awesome at the end of it, you know? I don't care if we're going to get it on the bolter casing right now because we're going to paint it black later. So it's fine. I do care if we get it on that beautiful blue armor. We spent so much effort trying to get it to where it's at. I'd be upset if we had to ruin it. Any other metallics? The back. Is that Metal Hellsinger in the background I hear? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, comrade. See, it doesn't flow off as well as the other ones, chat. We gotta find something else. We gotta find a non-binary equivalent to yes, sir, you know? Wait, I need to get the inside of the hole. What says I'm wanting to get my mini painting to a higher quality. Started with the Custodes Combat Patrol about 2 months ago. Any advice for someone relatively new starting out? You have picked an excellent army to start with. Custodes are very big. They are also very fun to paint because they are all a majority one color. The best piece of advice I could give you when it comes to Custodes is, well, to any model, look up tutorials, see what you like, and feel free to experiment. Experiment. Follow tutorials, don't follow tutorials. Boy is gender neutral, B-O-I, maybe. But, like, Custodians, you're in a pretty good spot because, you know, most of their, like, it's 95% gold. You might have some issue with the capes, but frankly, you can just look up tutorials on how to do those capes, and it'll be fine. Unless you want to do, like, a really complicated color scheme, which I would not recommend for your first minis anyway. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, what I would do, personally speaking, is go out and get a gold primer, or get a black primer and then just, like, very quickly get some gold on there. Wash it with whatever wash you want. It could be a brown wash. It could be like a warm, orangish, almost brown wash. You want to wash it with some form of brown. Or black, if that's truly what you want. That'll make it a little more of a green gold, though. But anyway, as you do that, what you're gonna do, after you do that, once it's all dry and once it's all good, what you want to do then is you're gonna take your brush, you're gonna take your dry brush, and you're gonna overbrush over that with your gold again. Any gold you want, because now you've established your shadows. So now you need to establish your midtones. So you're gonna take the gold that you want, Retributor armor, or any gold that you think is really, really nice looking. You're gonna take that, and you're gonna overbrush over it. You're only gonna be hitting it on the down strokes. After that, you're going to take a very, 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 very light dry brush to it in a much brighter gold. Something like Liberator Gold or Bright Gold from Pro Acryl. Some people do this final step with a silver. Frankly, I don't like that because it looks less real to me. I understand they do it for, like, because silver is essentially white. So it's like the brightest points. I understand that, but frankly, if you just mix a bunch of silver with your gold and get that really bright silver going, it'll look really good when you dry brush those final highlights on. And that's 95% of the miniature done. Now all you have to do is do the leather, the capes, the plumes. But, like, as long as you're careful, you should be able to do those pretty fast and pretty easily. And that's it. You're done. You just do that for your models, and then well, you've got a force on the table now. My best piece of advice for you, though, as somebody just starting out, is stop when you are happy. Stop when you are happy. If you keep going and you're not having fun, you're just going to burn yourself out. I painted a Space Marine captain, one with the Power Fist and the plasma gun that came with the Kill Team box. I painted him in the heavy metal style once upon a time.
And I painted him, and it was fully done, and it was like, the blends took forever, and I did it. I did it all. And I looked at him on the table, and I looked at the other, like, 5 Marines I had to paint, and I went, fuck that! So I looked for more tutorials, and I looked at more and more techniques. And eventually, I found that this one, this like stippling dry brushing technique, is by far my favorite. I love it a lot. And so I do it. My main thing I wanted to replicate was that Marnius Calgar comic from, I think it was Marvel or Dark Horse. One of the two. But the artwork in that, specifically on the ceramite armor, there's like this texture all over it. And it looks just so cool. And I always thought to myself, oh, that's what ceramite looks like to me. It's not this smooth, solid color. No, no, no. It's rough. It's dirty. It's textured. Because I've talked about this on stream constantly, especially with as we've been painting Space Marines. These guys are at war and on battlefields for months. Space Marines don't really do the whole rest thing. They can be awake for like 2 weeks, then they take like a 4-hour power nap, and that's it. They're done. They are always at war. There is never any downtime, really, for Space Marines. So you find something that inspires you. For some people, it's things like non-metallic metal, which is a very complicated scheme. It's a very, very difficult technique to pull off. But if it's something that makes you happy and something that you really want to do and really want to learn, all I can say is, good luck. Good luck. I'm sure you'll be able to do it one day. But it might take you a few tries. And that's okay. And it's also okay to change your mind. You know how many times I've stripped my miniatures with isopropyl alcohol? How many times I've done the whole, like, oh, well, it's time to take the toothbrush, open a window, time to scrub, scrub, scrub. More times than I care to admit. More times than I can remember. My Chaos Space Marines, the ones I had before these new ones we got, they were once my custom warband. And then I said, I don't really want a custom warband. I'll go Black Legion. And then I went, I don't really want to do Black Legion. I want to do Black Legion Classic. I didn't strip them for that part. And then I was like, I don't really want to do Classic Black Legion. I want to do Classic Word Bearers. So I did Classic Word Bearers. And I went, I don't really want that. I want this instead. And now we're at Black Legion. And frankly, I think streaming this has been amazing. Because in one part of my mind, I'm like, well, if we stripped the whole thing, then what was it all for? What did we all do all those things with chat for, you know? Oh, Carrie, my love, good morning. She no awake. She's snoozing. She's snoozing. She's snoozing. But ultimately, I want you to find something that makes you happy. Something that lets you relax. Because boy howdy, especially nowadays, oh my gosh, yeah, we need stuff to relax. And if painting is stressing you out, find a different technique. And good God, do not let any person online or like a YouTuber or whatever the hell, like, don't listen to this shit when they go like, oh, you painted this style? That's like for beginners. Okay, shut the fuck up. I have a painted army. You don't. So now what? Yeah, you can paint one miniature in the course of like 80 hours and it looks fucking amazing, but I've got a full squad. Don't fall into elitist holes. I hate elitism. I hate it. He's preaching the word of just good enough. Perfection is the enemy of good. Is it good? Are you happy with your result? Then that's enough. And here's a secret that a lot of miniature painters don't tell you. Once you're finished, and like some time has passed and you're like, you know what? I could add some edge highlights onto that Terminator that I didn't do when I first painted it. You can just do that. You can just do that. You know how many times I've gone back to a mini to go like, you know what? I actually want to change this color on this eyeball. Or I want to do this instead. All the damn time. Because you're going to be growing and learning. All part of your hobby journey, you're going to be growing and learning. And there might be a time where you go, you know what? These first miniatures I ever painted for this army or this kill team or this spearhead or whatever, I was at like such a low skill compared to where I'm at now. I want to repaint them. And you should. Take pictures first so that you can like directly compare. But like, yeah, repaint them. People repaint their minis all the time. I'm just trying to be careful with these missile launchers here. No, who's gonna come into your house and knock the minis out of your hand? I will. Here I come. I'm just trying to touch the underside of this. I understand, like, there's always that thing of like, oh no, he's gonna look under it or whatever, but what if somebody took my Terminator off the table and went, did you paint his asshole? What if they did that? What if they did that? Do you think Terminator should be allowed to take both missiles and assault cannon slash heavy flamer? Yes, but I get the idea that maybe the Marine would get distracted, or perhaps the ammo feed would get like, I don't know. I don't know. I think it looks cool, but I understand if it's like, well, no, you have to have one or the other. I bought these Terminators as part of the Imperial Pissed. The Imperial Pissed. That's their new successor chapter, the Imperial Pissed. I bought these guys in that combat patrol. There are some heavy intercessors that are in my my storage crate. I don't know if I'll paint them. I might save them for another army or something. I don't know.
but I do have them. But anyway, I got them because it came with the company heroes and these Terminators. And my main thought was like, ooh, Space Hulk is cool. I want some Terminators in case someone in my fantasy scenario is like, hey, Ava, want to play some Space Hulk? And I'll be like, already ahead of you. I've got some Terminators here. Heavy intercessors? Okay, I need to rant for a second. Visually, I think heavy intercessors are awesome. I think they're so, so, so cool. One of the worst sculpts I've ever experienced in my life. I think when you put them all together, they look awesome. But building them, and my god, those fucking mold lines. The mold lines might be the worst I've ever experienced on any kit, period. They're that bad. They're so, so, so bad. It could be that I got a bad batch. That's entirely possible. But man, is it rough. Hi, first stream watcher here. Currently watching you guys from Vietnam at 10:06 p.m. I will lurk now. Bye and have fun painting. Thank you. And hello. Okay, there's like a targeting system here-ish. I'm just gonna very lightly, might be hard to see on camera. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Good enough. There's also this on the back here. Tap, 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 tap. Swish, 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 swish. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. I don't know, it looks like an extension to me, so it makes sense that, like, I don't know, there's like a metal thing here or there, you know? Hey chat, let's have a discussion. How do you feel overall about Warhammer 40k 10th edition? We're about done with it. We're probably going to get a trailer for 11th sooner than later. Most likely it's going to be Orcs versus Space Marines. So overall, how do you feel about 10th edition overall? It could be involving lore, it could be involving the miniatures, or the, you know, just the game itself. How do you feel? Great for getting people into the game. Now let's get a little more dirty. I agree. There's like a targeting system here. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. This is going to remain blue. This is going to be silver. And then we're going to paint this red. I'm imagining it's sort of like a laser pointer so that he can distract the Tyranids. Because they, of course, are like cats. Terminator's ready. That's all I can think of while I'm painting these guys. It's just the Dawn of War lines. Terminator's ready. I can't think of anything else they say, because I don't use Terminators in Dawn of War all that much. And obviously, if we got a Dreadnought, all we would be doing in chat all day is going, I have awoken. All day. We're under attack! I bet they say that. The Terminators. Yo, Dawn of War 4 team, hire me. I can do a really good scream, I promise. And so can my girlfriend. That's like what she got hired for at a lot of projects, is because she could just fucking scream. I do voice work sometimes. Though I've never been in anything like official like Carrie. I did a lot of fan projects. But a lot of that was because like my peak voice acting days were definitely during like high school, college, where like my schedule was fucked up. So all I really had time for a lot of the time was fan projects. I couldn't really like sit down because like some of these projects will be like, yo, come to LA, and I'm like, I can't do that. My folks never were really into the whole voice acting thing. They were like, you need to get a real job, and I was like, oh, well. So not a whole lot of support there. As a fan thing, they were like, oh yeah, whatever. But as like a career path, no. They never really went for it. I appreciate the advice. I really like Warhammer's designs, 40k and fantasy. Wanted to get some armies. Custodians also scale it. Also, hopefully get good enough for dioramas to make gifts for friends. But I also wanted to thank you for the cool advice. You all are really chill and create really nice atmosphere to hang out in. It's appreciated. Of course. Obviously, like when we game and stuff, it's a little more chaotic, but that's also because like we're playing video games and stuff. Like it's gonna be more chaotic, and like that's when I turn on like my let's entertain people. Whereas like when we film the podcast or when I'm doing this, like it's a lot more let's relax, let's chill, let's have questions and stuff, you know? You are truly one of the most naturally talented voice actors I've ever met. Carrie, you want to get married? Imagine. That's where I pop it. Okay. I love you. I love you. Getting better at keeping the models on the camera. I'm doing my best. It does annoy me though whenever the camera's having like an off day. Like today it's really good. But it annoys me whenever the camera does have an off day and like it just will not focus on the Terminator or the model that we're painting currently. Like the possessed Marine was like a real pain. And I think it's just because there was like so much stuff in the background. So I'm gonna try to make sure that the desk is like pretty clear whenever we do this kind of thing. But it is hard because literally over here there is probably like 40 to 50 miniatures of Chaos Marines of different varieties. I passed out and woke back up. Good morning, BB. I'd be kind of sad if our friend doesn't come back. We were having such an interesting debate yesterday. We were about to get to the crux of the argument. I know I pause a lot whenever I speak, but honestly it's just because like I have to split my brain between talking and doing things. Luckily though, this process, very mindless. We're just painting some metal. I believe that's all the metallics I want on this fella. So he's gone. Now it's just the sergeant. Wait. The knuckles! You gotta do the knuckles! Be interesting because the sergeant's gonna have a lot more gold on him. Much fancier. If you need to be sold on this metallic paint, this Vallejo metal color, I have not gone back to get more paint. Like, I haven't opened the bottle and dropped more into the palette because this has been the same 3 drops for all of these Terminators. I will need another one for the Sergeant, but for all these Terminators, it's been that same 3 drops. If you gave me an army building sheet for prior editions, you'd had me going, huh? At some of them. Oh, dude, like, my buddy was, like, talking to me about 7th edition. We played a game of 7th edition 40k, and, like, there was a lot of crazy shit in there. Like, oh, yeah, did you want to bring a squad of Cataphracti Terminators? Yeah, here we go. Going to the 10th edition talk, keeping my anticipation for 11th limited until the likely Adepticon reveal. Though, glad for 10th to be an actual readable base for new people to read up on army rules for each, and a base for all to work off of. Yeah. I think as, like, not a restart, but, like, as a, let's simplify things, I think 10th edition has been wonderful. Okay, let's do some quick math. All right. This is going to be stone, 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 gold, silver, stone, stone. I also want to make that gold. No, stone, gold, silver, silver. Okay, so not a whole lot of silver on this guy. His head is going to be where the most silver is, which is like his little jaw thing, his bionicle eye, and his little ear. But that'll be pretty much it. Once we do that, what do we want to do after that? We gotta base all of the black details, and let me see, what did I do for... Okay, you know what I think we should do? We should take a gray, like a deep gray, which I don't have on my desk right at the moment. No, I have a... Where is it? Here we go. Nope, that's not it. Where the heck is my dark warm gray? That's coal black. Dark warm gray. Did I put it over here? I did. Let's take this dark warm gray and we're gonna put it into the armor joints, and then when we wash it with a contrast paint, it'll get into the cracks and it'll make the free highlights. So let's do that. But really quick, I'm going to use the restroom. So I'll be back in just a moment. I'm gonna wash off my brush, make sure that the paint's not drying on it. We'll come back, do the metallics for the Mr. Sergeant, and then we'll go there. Ava, I'm stuck in my cat. I'm not getting out of bed. That's fine. Do you think 11th will add changing unit equipment cost points, and how would that look? E.g., switching out the Assault Intercessor Sergeant's Chainsword adds 5-10 points overall unit cost. Let's get back to that. Let's discuss that when I'm back. I think them adding back unit costs to loadouts would be really scummy, but I could totally see it happening. I could 100% see that happening. But that will, like, upset so many people. Because, like, what do you mean that my my squad of intercessors that was, like 70 points or whatever the fuck? What do you mean it's gone up based on the loadout of, like, Plasma Pistol and Power Fist? What do you mean it's, like, 95 points now? What the fuck? Like, that would drastically change a lot of people's lists. I don't really know how I'd feel about it. Because I feel like what has happened is the people who want that customization and want those points costs to really matter, they just go to Horus Heresy now. Horus Heresy, that shit matters a lot, you know? But Horus Heresy is also a different vibe. Like even apart from it being, like, majority Space Marines. The vibe is, like, especially on, like, the player base, is, like, way more tilted towards narrative than it is anything else. So, I don't know. I don't know how it would change. I think if it did, people's reaction would be classic GW, and that'll be it. That would be the reaction. I mean, they put the points up and down all the time anyway, right? Not like what we're talking about. Like, people have already built their models. So, like, for example, this squad of Terminators are all equipped. Let's say I didn't add the missile guy on here. Well, no, let's say we did. Okay, every single one of these guys has Power Fist, Stormbolter, and let's say the unit is 100 points, right? Okay, well, I've already built this guy with the missile launcher, and I'm having fun. And this is my 100-point Terminator squad, and they're going around having all sorts of adventures, killing bugs and stuff. And then suddenly 11th edition comes back, and let's say, and this is just exaggerating for exaggeration's point, let's say adding the missile launcher adds 50 points. You must spend 50 points to get the missile launcher. So now this unit, by default, because I've already built the missile launcher, is 150 points. That drastically changes my list. Because maybe those 50 extra points could go somewhere else. It would be weird to have an entire edition where the loadouts, the equipment is all free. I'm taking off my hoodie. It would be weird to have an edition where everything is all free with the loadouts, and then the next edition is like, psych! It would be weird to do that. It would be like if Age of Sigmar had the complete removal of what you see is what you get. And then next edition, they were like, lol, actually it does matter now. Oh, your Chaos Warriors have halberds. Here's their different battle profile. What's that? You built them in a mixed unit? Oh, well, they can only run with all halberds or all murderous weapons. So, you're now, like, not tournament legal. Now, obviously, for casual people like us, doesn't matter. But then we have the conversation of, but the Mind Goblins. As we discussed earlier, my opinions of WYSIWYG is, ultimately, I don't really care, but my Mind Goblins do. My mind goblin does care. I can't just say, oh yeah, this guy has a chain fist, because he doesn't. As a game, sure, I could ignore it, but it's gonna bother me. In which case, you might just be like, well, get over it. And it's like, yeah, obviously. Like, when we're actually playing the game, it's not that big a deal. But then I'm gonna be like, doesn't have a chain fist, though. It's a little irk. You know the Team 4-Star Dragon Ball abridged? Where Cell is like... He's trying to get the arena. And it just keeps fucking up. And there's one spot that's just wrong. And he goes, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It does bother me. It bothers me a lot. That's me. With WYSIWYG. I keep telling myself it doesn't bother me. But that's a lie. Tell you what, though, it used to be a lot worse. Where, like, official tournaments, it was like, oh, do you have Ultramarines? Well, buckle up, shit-ass. You're playing Ultramarines. Well, no. I made a list, and I want to, like... I want to try out Space Wolves. Nope. Play Ultramarines, dumbass. Oh. Okay. Because, like, realistically, with these models, I could just, like... play a Blood Angels detachment and just see how that is, and if I like it, I'll be like, ooh, maybe I'll get some Blood Angels, or maybe I'll just play with that rules with my blue Ultramarines and just go like, they're Blood Angels, wink. You know, the blue Blood Angels, the blue Bangles, you know. Somebody last VOD was like, those rusty bolters look really awesome. Again, if you liked the look of that, get up to the point I had at this start of this stream where they're all like orange and rustic looking, and just dry brush a silver on them. It's gonna look sick. That's gonna look awesome. Okay. Are there any chapters you'd eventually like to paint, Ava? I could see myself realistically getting a kill team of a wide variety of Space Marines. I think Black Templars, vibes-wise, are really cool. I think Blood Angels are really nice, but I'd probably paint Flesh Terrors, let's be fucking real. I don't know. Woo! That could have been bad. Whoops. Uh-oh. Be a little shiny, but frankly, because it's always facing down, it'll be fine. I'm hoping we get a Primaris Gabriel Seth, but I doubt it. Maybe. I don't know what Blood Angels are going to get next edition. I truly don't. I kept this part blue on the other one. Whatever. Yeah, as far as chapters I like to paint, like, this is the thing, is that I think Space Marines are fucking awesome. Dudes in big armor going around stomping shit, that's cool to me. That's awesome. So, eventually, I'd probably have a lot of Space Marines. Alright, so we're gonna go change this water out. What should our next step be? Let me think. Probably blacking out all of the armor joints. Yeah. Blacking out all the armor joints makes the most sense. We also need to start thinking about the what's it? The crux. Start thinking about the crux. This is probably going to be gold. This will be gold. Yeah. Yeah. Let's start thinking about that. Ava, what do you think the next new Codex faction will be? Let's discuss that when I come back with fresh water. To tell you the truth, I don't really know. I feel like I have more factions. One second. I feel like I have more factions that I want to see gone rather than I want to see added. You know what I mean? It's like there was a guy a couple streams ago who was like, but there's so many factions that they could add. I feel like we don't need more factions in 40k. If anything, I feel like we need to shrink the factions. AOS did it right. What do you want gone? Imperial agents. Eradicated from this earth. Not a real faction. Oh, I forgot something. Forgot the heads. We're not done with the metallics just yet. Ah, shit. That's okay. There's my magnesium. Imperial agents should be eradicated. Fake army. Not real. What do I want gone? What do I want gone? What do I want added? Let me think. Chaos Guard, I feel weird about. I feel weird about Chaos Guard because I don't know if there's like enough there to really want to flesh out a whole new codex. You know what I mean? Like, what would they get? What would their like thing be? Because if it's just guard but evil, I don't know. I say as I'm like painting Space Marines and there's Chaos Space Marines next to me, and the whole thing is that they're just Space Marines but evil. But like, I mean, they have like totally different mechanics. I guess it would just be like guard, but they get dark packs. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Possess tanks, yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's not a cool idea. I just don't know what they would do. I'm also just not a game designer, so, you know, most of my opinions come from the visual presentation. I don't want Red Corsairs to ever get... I think we have enough Space Marine side factions. I think we are perfectly fine never seeing another Space Marine faction get added. I am perfectly fine, perfectly happy, never seeing that. Chaos or otherwise. I feel like if you want to go play Space Magines and you want to go have the most fun of your life feeling like you're playing a real Legion with unique rules or whatever, and you only give a fuck about Space Marines, Horus Heresy is right there, bud. It is right there. Go get him, champ. Should the remaining Undivided Legions get supplements / unique chapters? No. They should get detachments. And that's it. But I also am speaking of the opinion that that's how Space Marines should work too. There should not be... There should not be like 5 different Space Marine flavors. There should be one giant codex that's titled Space Marines. And then there's one section on, here's your generic Space Marines. And then there's one section on, okay, you're playing Space Wolves. And there's one section on, okay, you're playing Dark Angels. And here's Blood Angels and yada, yada, yada. That's how it should work. I don't think Black Templars should have a codex, period. I think Black Templars are riding off the coast of a lot of people really like their stuff because, you know, aesthetically it's very strong. It's a very strong aesthetic, let's be real. At the most, chapters should get tiny splat book supplements. I agree. I agree. I agree. I'm gonna change out the water again because there's now metallics. Then we're gonna do some touch-ups and things of that nature. BRB. There's a lot of people with bad German accents outside. What did you do? Oh, yeah, the codex started. Oh, yeah, I want to do some crusading. Every Black Templar fan sounds like this. You can't prove me wrong. I want to go on a crusade. Hans, get the flamer, the heavy flamer. My armor is so tight, my black carapace. It gives me such a snatched waist. Ava, we just have a blank spot. I want to play Chaos, but I don't want to play Elites. Cultist spam. There's already a detachment for that. My gay little Templar. They all sound like that. I will die on this world. Recrusia Grimaldis. Analyze my armor. Yes. But it's still part of CSM and it's one shit detachment. No. I'm agreeing with you. I am agreeing that, like, it would be cool to see Trader Guard and stuff. Does your gay little Templar have a bowl cut? I went to the apothecary and he gave me this stylish new look. Ooh. Brother Hans, you are looking snazzy today. Are you ready to kill the Xenos? Yeah. There's probably going to be somebody watching this who is German who is like, what the fuck? What is this? The Codex Statis is a bunch of bullshit. I should be able to crochet as much as I want. I'm German. Welcome. Hello. Come, brothers Grimaldis. We are sitting around the campfire eating some strudel. The orcs have assaulted Hell's Reach. Whatever shall we do? They call me Reclusia Grimaldish, the Schnitzel Man. Cower in fear of the Schnitzel. I do love gay little Black Templar bit. I started the hard way around 2nd edition, and you have to count the squad loadout and point. Oh. If the Black Templars are German, is Dorn German too then? No. No, they just pick that up after a while. If you don't have a German accent when you're an aspirant in the Black Templars, you eventually just grow one. It's part of the gene seed. But it's not Dorn's gene seed. They, like, mashed a bit of Sigismund in there, and Sigismund was definitely German. Father. Yes, my son. I would like to be forgiven by you. Sigismund, you're a little nutty with it, let's be real. But father, the Siege of Terra, the traitors are here. I don't know where this accent is going. That's right, my son. And you know what? I forgive you now. Go kill them, go get them, my little chudling. Finally. I will meet Kanzi's betrayer on the battlefield, and we won't actually get anywhere other than a stalemate because we're not canonically supposed to fight each other and one of us is supposed to win. But Khan will see me and go, wow, Sigismund is so fucking cool. Go, my gay Templar, go! Yes, but unironically. Mein Vater. If you do not let me go sicko mode on the traitors, we are going to have a big problem. I'm going to crash the fuck out. Sigismund, calm down. No. Father, I need enrichment. You will have it, my son. Later. Be patient. Fine. When are the traitors getting here? Oh my god. Father, I have done these jazzercise for very long to prepare for the siege. Stop it! Sigismund! Sigismund, I'm trying to actively prepare the defense of Terra. Have you thought about deploying me? Yes. Where will I be deployed? On the front lines. Finally. Then we can have a debate on who exactly reached the wall first. Was it the Night Lord's guy? I can't remember his name at the top of my head. Or was it Khan? Sevatar, that's who. Was it Sevatar or some other guy? Are they both just bullshitting for credit? Now, brothers, let's rub ourselves with Agrax Earthshade and give these traitors a good spanking. Is the only way. Small brain, racist Black Templars. Massive brain, gay Black Templars. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Like Corvus. Lucorphus. To be fair, Karn probably wasn't lucid enough to notice the Night Lords. Yeah, he was too busy staring at the fucking number. That is a cool passage, though. Let's be fucking real. Karn looking at, like, the kill count number and just going, how high does it go, though? That's awesome. That's fucking sick. The fact the fucking Astartes have, like, a leaderboard is psychotic, but it makes perfect sense. I'm just painting all of the armor with this dark warm gray so that when we wash it with a contrast paint and it all goes into the recesses, it's going to leave those raised edges this lighter gray, and it'll give us a free highlight. And we're doing this after the metallics so that when we wash the metallics, we can wash this at the same time. And we don't have to worry about it. In my mind, the gay Templar has luscious lips and looks like a JoJo character. They all look like that. Hi, Marshal Helbrecht. What is it? I do not want to go to Hell's Reach. It's very scary. Your accent sounds fucked up, Grimaldus. I know. I sat here for 8 days. We shouldn't be defending this place. We should be doing something more fun. Like what, Grimaldus? Going outside the hells of Reach Walls and killing all of them. No, Grimaldus. This is bullshit. I'm supposed to be the Reclusiarch. You won't even let me have any fun. God, do you remember how Helbrecht's voice sounds in the audiobook? It's crazy. Reclusiarch Grimaldus. I am High Marshal Helbrecht, and I will sound like this in every audiobook you've ever listened to. Hello, Rabute Gilliman. Thank you for the reinforcements. No, I won't follow your codex. Stop bothering me. We're not actively defying the codex. That's a misconception that many people have about the lore of this place. Instead, we simply do not take it into account. We do not find loopholes. We do not trick ourselves. No, no, no. We simply do not give a single fuck. Okay. I've said my piece. Goodbye. Gilliman looks over at Call and does the woo woo woo. He sounds like Skeletor. Reclusiarch Grimaldus, you must go to Hell's Reach, because otherwise the plot can't happen. Are you afraid of the deaths of your brothers, Reclusiarch? No, I'm actually, like, terrified of myself getting killed. It's actually, like, incredibly selfish. Likely story. Anyway, get down there. Go get him, champ. Go, my chudling! Please don't call me that, High Marshal. Too bad, it's already happened. Alright, gray parts are done. Isn't Call also defying Gilliman at times? All the time. But it's secret. It sounded like gargling marble and concrete. Yep, that's how it's described, but that's not how Jonathan Keeble voiced it. Reclusiarch. I found you being cringe online. No. No, my High Marshal, please. Please, my High Marshal. For the crimes of being cringe, you are sentenced to 800 years penance crusade. No! We're gonna touch up a bit with blue. Just on the lake here, so I literally just need a speck. Just a speck. A speck of blue. There's just one part on the leg here that you can see that I don't really want, so I'm just gonna take a teeny tiny bit of blue. I'm just gonna poke, 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 poke. A little more pokes around. We might do some poking with dark gray blue, but we'll see once it dries. Do a very angry Black Templar who sounds like if Alex Jones was German. I can't do Alex Jones and German accent.
You know these orcs on Hell's Reach. They're putting chemicals in the water.
That's so fucking foul. Alright, we're gonna go uniform gray on the Crux Terminatus. There's quite a few of them, so... Obviously we have, like, the knees, the shoulders, but then the sergeant has quite a few in some places.
They're making the squigs gay.
What's a good way to paint camo for Space Marine capes? I don't know, because I don't paint camo. I mean, like, let me think of it this way. Let me ask you this. Where is your army? Where are they? Are they on a desert planet? Are they in an urban environment? Where are they at? Jungle? Camo, Space Marines? It happened! It happened! Read the Bad Ab War. I'm on my hands and knees. Please read the Bad Ab War. Look at the fucking cool camo that these fucking doofy-ass Space Marines used to have back in the day. It was fucking sick! It was awesome! Rogue Trader Days? I think 2nd edition was Bad Ab War. I could be wrong, though. But it's old. Sometimes used to be yellow with black stripes, no? Yep. I think in canon now, that's like just the camo that they wore during the Bad Ab War. I think that's the canon. Or I don't know if that color scheme has just been completely retconned. I hope it hasn't, because I really like it. Vulcan Lifts. Hello, welcome, welcome. We're painting some Termies. We're having a great time. blue is stunning. Thank you. I'm very happy with the blue. I'm very, very, very happy. That was like all yesterday's stream was getting the blue just right. But what I like about this blue is that it looks good and it's very, very, very easy to replicate. You, dear viewer, could easily get this blue on your Ultramarines. Ultramagines. That's one crux. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 more on this guy. Let's get the one on the knee. And then we'll decide if we want the other ones to be gold. That's Crux 2. God, when we wash this, it's going to look awesome. What blue is that? It's a combination of several blues. I'll show you. If you go down to last stream, you'll see the entire process when we first painted the Terminators. First up, you base coat in burnt sienna from Pro Acryl. These are all Pro Acryl. Then, dark gray blue. You're going to overbrush this. And then you start getting into the stippling technique with blue. You're going to cover like 90% of the miniature with that. Sky blue. This is where you start covering those volumetric highlights. So you can see, I'm actually going to cover this with some dark blue. But you can see like where I started to really get that sky blue on there to achieve these textured gradients. And then finally, after you're done with that, you're going to take a flat square brush and you're going to hit the edges with white blue. You're just going to do like little dry brushing. You can watch yesterday's VOD to see exactly how I did that. But that's your final highlight. And this is the result. It's a really good looking blue. It's coming across a little... There we go. Like you can see it through the... I can't wait till we get an actual lamp with a good color temperature. Because it's kind of difficult to show you on camera with this. What blue is it? Blue. Creative name. I mean, hey, it's blue. Are all newly trained Space Marines Primaris, or do some chapters still make OG Firstborn? I imagine some still make Firstborn. Like, famously, was it Gabriel Seth from the Flesh Terrors? Hates Primaris Marines. He don't like them. He don't like them. He feels like the addition of Primaris Marines will get rid of the Flesh Terrors culture. Is he wrong? Well, that depends on you. I personally think he's being a big fucking baby about it. Take the reinforcements, idiot. All right. Do we want the other ones to be stone? Because there's the ones on his hips and then the one on his tilt shield. Let's decide that. But in the meantime, while there's still paint on the palette that needs to be used, we're going to base coat the other ones. Remember, he's just a sergeant. He's not a captain, so I don't think we should go too crazy on the gold, you know what I mean? Never go too crazy with the gold. Yeah, but like when we do the captain for these guys, he's gonna be like decked the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want a situation where like the sergeant's walking up and the captain's like, what the fuck? Why do you look fancier than me? I don't know why that reminded me of the one comic where it's like, I'm gonna start estrogen. That's great. And then they start to develop, you know, they come back and they look just like the other person. The other person goes, what the fuck? Why the fuck do you look like me? Two identical Terminator officers. One of us is gonna have to change. How do you try to mitigate wrist pain after many hours of painting? You're gonna build up your wrist muscles by doing this. I have the advantage of, you know, I've been drawing and doing art since I was like a wee little baby, so my wrists are pretty good. I guess the best piece of advice I can give is to just like pace yourself, because you're just going to be building up those muscles. But you don't want to go like you know, it's a muscle. You don't want to overwork your biceps when you're like at the gym, you know? You don't want to overwork your wrist when you're painting. I think a big thing is to relax. I think some people, when they paint, they get so nervous about messing up. They tense up all of their muscles in their hands, and that can lead to, one, more mistakes that you'll then have to fix later. A way to help with that is to brace your hands. Like my hands currently, I'm standing right now. My hands, I've got on my desk. I'm bracing them with my shoulders on the desk edge. So I've just got that going on. That's a good way to do it. Especially if you're painting tiny itty bitty details like eyeballs. These cruxes I'm not too worried about because, you know, they're small, but also they're not small enough to where I need to feel like I need to go into lock-in mode. Okay. That's the cruxes for that fella. As a newbie, what's a good way to get into mini bits to start kit bashing and customizing your guys? There's a couple websites out there. I can't give you the names of them because I can't think of them at the top of my head. But there are a couple websites out there that they do miniature bits, but they sell you like a random box of like... It's like 50 grams of plastic bits. And it's all just random shit. Or resin, or what have you. There are some services that do that. You could also go to eBay. I've got a lot of bits off of eBay. Especially with like a lot of the tariff shit happening. Still happening, ridiculously. There are a lot of places in the UK that sell a lot of bits. But I think if you're in the United States or Canada, I think eBay is going to be your best shot. My major issue when I paint is that I turn into a shrimp. Magnus's video sponsor might be able to help with that. But I don't know. Well, I mean, they don't make me sign an NDA, but I'm not going to say what it is. I want to be super safe, you know? Because they might be like, yo, what the fuck? We were watching your live stream for some reason. And you said what the sponsorship was, you know? Time is it actually? 11? Chat, we might not finish these guys today. And that's okay. Progress is progress. Progress is progress. Never, ever, ever forget that. I've talked to some people who are like, I only get to paint like an hour of mini painting a week. And I ask them, well, did you paint? And they go, yeah. And I go, you're doing better than like 95% of the people out there. Progress is progress. I tell Carrie this sometimes. If you want to visualize life or a task as like a road, and you're so nervous to take the first step, you're never going to get anywhere. You got to be willing to take that step. And sometimes we can beat ourselves up by being like, oh, well, I only took like a half step today, or I only took a baby step today. But I would point out, you still took that step. And now, the goal at the end of that road is just a little bit closer. And eventually, if you do every day where you take a little step, before you know it, you're going to be there at your goal. But you gotta do it. You gotta take your step. Do you think if I was like hella concerned about getting literally every detail right on a miniature or a video project or whatever, do you think I'd ever get anything done? No. Now some of you might be trying to, I can see you typing right now going like, well, Ava, you never get anything done because the videos take like a month to come out. Yeah, but that's also because real life gets in the way of things. I'm very fortunate and very, very, very privileged and lucky to be where I'm at, being able to make videos and these streams. And I talk about it all the time, but Carrie would not be where she is without you guys. She's literally getting treatment to like help her. That was like something that was thought to be like almost impossible, like even a year ago. But thanks to you guys, thanks to this community that we've grown, that we have together, it's now possible. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be able to do this stream right now if it weren't for you guys. I'd probably be where we were when I started the videos, if they didn't, you know, take off, which is working and then coming home and working on a video And like that scheduling, that amount of work, like with how fast they were coming out at the time, it was like every 2 weeks when we first started. And I was splitting it between editing and research and yada yada yada. And I remember Carrie at one point was talking to me, and she was like, I don't ever see you. And like, you're so tired. And this wasn't her going like, man, why don't you pay attention to me? This was her going like, this is concerning. Like you go to work and then you come home and then you're immediately working because we need to get this out. And so I worked hard for a while, for a long time. I was working very, 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 very hard. I wasn't getting sleep, bro. And you know, it's been some time and things have calmed down and we're chilling. We're in a good place. And I understand that I'm very privileged and I'm very lucky to be here. But I honestly say, like, I wouldn't be doing this. Carrie wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for you guys. The power always comes from people, not a select few. Always comes from people. When we were getting the milestones and stuff all set up for the GoFundMe, when we were getting the GoFundMe all set up and everything, I remember before we officially launched it at the start of February, I was telling you guys in the stream, I think it was during like a gaming stream or something, I said, let's say I have a donation up, or I have a Patreon. Well, we do have a Patreon. Let's say we do have a Patreon, and it's $2 for the pledge, but I think custom pledges are on. Let's say it's $2 per pledge, and let's say 1,000 people pledge. $2 a month. That's it. It's the number of people, not necessarily the number that you're giving. You know what I mean? This was a big thing with the GoFundMe. There were tons of people who were like, "Oh, I wish I could give more," and I was like, "I don't want you to give more. I want you to give what you can, because times are fucking tough out there, bro. Times are tough. If you are like not gonna be able to fucking eat, I'd rather you not give me money. I'd rather you actually, you know, survive, live. I want you to not, like, you know, because we've had some situations before with people in the community who are like, I'm paying for Patreon and like I guess I won't eat tonight, and I would literally like remove their pledge and refund them because like I'm not gonna hear this. You're not gonna guilt trip me for something that you did. You're an adult. Now go eat your fucking food. I would rather people do their own thing. Like, we've gotten people who message me personally who go like, I'm so sorry, like I love all the stuff you do, but like it's not in the budget for a Patreon right now. I'm like, you literally don't have to explain yourself. If somebody leaves the Patreon, I'm not gonna be like, I wonder why they left. I'm gonna be like, yeah, of course. You got other stuff going on. You have other things to prioritize. I don't want people to feel bad about it. I understand that like that but like people have a sort of parasocial thing when it comes to content creators, especially ones that they donate Patreon money to. There's a bit of a monetary incentive to be like, well, I am directly supporting my creator by giving them money. And I understand, like, when that has to stop, that can be very emotional. But frankly, I don't want you to feel emotional about that. I want you to feel good that you're like, I can just pick this up later when I'm a bit more stable financially. And if we never see you again, yeah, that's sad, but you know, I just hope you're doing better. I don't ever want people to feel like they have to make a choice between, do I go into financial ruin or do I support Ava and Carrie, you know? Is it parasocial if we're drift compatible? You make a good point. I lift my right arm, you do at the same time. We're doing the exact same motions. The economy is not kind right now. It's true. But we're checking headlines every day, baby. We're checking headlines every day. I'd like there to be a fall in the capitalist empire that is America. At least with the capitalism part. At the very least, I'd like that. Let's get some dark gray blue. We're gonna stipple that onto the, because now the leg here, it's a little more blended on your guys' screen, but I'm gonna stipple a teeny bit of this color in there. I'm also gonna really, excuse me, water it down. Between Gravis, Tacticus, Phobos, which one's your favorite, Ava? I have a very big soft spot for Gravis, but honestly, I think all of them are pretty fucking cool. Okay, I have very thin, dark gray blue. Okay, we stippled it on. And we're just gonna wait for it to dry. Tacticus the goat. Tacticus is pretty good, but then I look at this, and I'm like, fuck, that's awesome. It's crazy to me that Gravis armor doesn't have extra toughness or more wounds than fucking Tacticus armor does. Sorry, I'm just stretching my legs. I'm doing like a... Dude, I need to get into yoga. I was talking to Carrie about this, I think, yesterday. I was like, let's get into fucking yoga. Because the build I want is not like... I don't want to bulk. I don't want to bulk out. But I could be lean as fuck and do yoga. And plus, like, you know, it's good for you. Be flexible as fuck. That'd be awesome. I'd love that. What are we thinking? Do we want to make these crux symbols stone, as the other ones are? Or do we want to make them, like, gold or something? Dude, I actually get stressed doing yoga? Wait, for real? Brother Hans would be willing to help you. Come to me. I don't like steel. I don't really like them black. I'm thinking between gold or stone. I think gold would be a little too distracting, don't you think? Let's make them stone. Every single dwarf fan in the audience right now, they just looked up their monitor. What was that? This is most of my painting process, chat, whenever I make a decision. I usually go, what should this be? Well, what if it was this? No, I don't like that. Let's go with this other thing. I do want your inputs, but also understand that I have final say. Oh, yeah, I like that. Oh, yeah, I like that. I like that. Gold to make it stick out too much. I agree. Because, like, this dude's just a sergeant. He's not... Where is he? He's not the captain. Chat, I'm thinking about... Okay, this is going to sound weird. I'm thinking about... Because I can remove him from the base. It's push fit, so... I'm thinking about... shaving off the Screamer Killer's head. I kind of don't like that it's there. Is that a nid? Yeah, it's a Screamer Killer's head. But, like, I kind of don't want the Tyrannid to be there. You know what I mean? Get out of there, buddy. So I'm thinking maybe we, like, shave it off a bit. Make it just, like, a mound or something. I don't know. Because this is going to be in, like, a desert, right? So... File the details. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. But this guy... Woo! Reason why it's a resin helmet, I did have a normal helmet. And then I, flooded it by accident with plastic glue. And so it, like, all the details meshed together. So I fucked up. So I got this from Vivi. I'm very thankful. Thank you, Vivi. Thank you, Vivi. But yeah, I'm very excited to paint him. I have zero flexibility. But, like, that's the point of yoga, is to build that stuff up. Turn it into the biggest tactical rock, yes. Chat, if I don't run this as the guy from First Company, technically it's Titus. Isn't that weird? Do what I did and set it on fire for a few seconds. Oh my god. Did you... I hope you did that in, like, in a safe way so that you didn't, like, breathe in those fucking plastic fumes. I assume you took the proper precautions. Stone communicates weight and strength, but gold communicates nobility and power. Either are very fitting. I like that. I like that a lot. Hey chat, now that Warhammer is like getting hella mainstream, what do you think is the time frame between now and people going, actually Warhammer is the devil? It's actually Satan trying to corrupt your children. "81 minutes, 1995. Fuck yeah. Unless I'm thinking of D&D. There was a big push for the D&D, like, is the work of the devil thing. That was a big thing by, listen, I don't really have a problem with Christians or Catholics or anything. Like, I don't have a problem with people who are religious. I really don't. I have a problem with people who are really fucking annoying about it. You know what I mean? You know what? I'm gonna say something, and it's quite funny. I'm fine with them as long as they're not, like, in my face about it, you know? Oh, how the turntables. Christian mom finds out his son likes chaos. No! Ooh, this detail's a little tricky. It's a little tricky to get this one just because of the position his arm is in. I gotta finish Caves of Ice. I'll probably listen to it while I go to the grocery store later. I got like 3-ish hours left. I don't know. I think it's gonna be another book that I have to sit with for like a day or two, which is why I want to finish it sooner than later. I don't want to finish a day of book club. Because if I do, I know that it's going to be just like the first Caiaphas Cain book, where I said on that book club, I was like, if I finish this book 5 minutes before we started recording and streaming book club, I would say I actually did not like this book. I'm going to need a day or two to sit with it. If I saw the Wordbearers Great Crusade era on my front porch, I'd be spooked by it. PETA went after the Space Wolves once. When the fuck are they not going after anybody, you know? Ava, check creature chat. I put my fire experiment in there. 1 minute. Did you? I don't see it. It won't be Corner Slanesh that gets people freaking out. It'll be something utterly innocent. No, I could see Korn getting people, like, really upset. And it's all because the whole thing of, like... It looks the most in line with the biblical art of, like, demons and shit. That's definitely gonna bother some people. Mephiston Red. The best red. It's the best red. Oh my god. Please have a window open and like a fan going when you're lighting your plastic on fire, please. You do not want to be breathing those in. You do not want to be breathing that is. Now it is. Please have that open. I don't want you to get like... Okay, you know how we talk about microplastics and how it's like the worst thing ever and we don't know the ramifications of it yet? I'm huffing macroplastics, you know? Evil Sun Scarlet, that's the next step. But we're gonna do Mephiston Red first. Okay, firstly, I need to make sure it doesn't explode. Look. It exploded, but I blocked it. Okay. I'm gonna use my teeny tiny itty bitty brush. And we're gonna get the helmet done. Sorry if I get off camera. This is a small detail. Yes, dude. Yes. Yes. It's all coming together, baby. I recently learned that art most people use of the Chaos Gods is not official. Yep. Dude, yes. Yes, man. Yes. Okay. Now we've got some detail. Well, hold on. This needs a second coat of the gray. Dude, I think the YouTube algorithm is going to think I'm like a fucking 4-year-old now. Because I fell asleep listening to a D&D show. I woke up to like... It was like 2 a.m. I woke up to like loud fucking clips of the movie Rango. And I looked through my history and it played like 8 in a row. And so I'm thinking the fucking algo is gonna be like, fan of animation or toddler, call it. Okay. Let's base some black. We're going coal black. That dude, in the fucking Discord, that was me, bro. I was waking up going, It was like specifically the fucking rattlesnake like shooting stuff. I fucking woke up, I was like, Also, as somebody who loves visual designs, as somebody who absolutely loves character design, a rattlesnake, but the rattle is a fucking machine gun might be the coolest thing human beings have ever made. That is so fucking sick. It's so good, man. With the fucking hat, like, Somebody in that studio, I don't know what animation studio made that fucking movie, but somebody in that studio was like fucking... What if the rattlesnake had a machine gun? What if we gave him bullets all over around his coils? And everybody in the office was like, fuck. Yeah. Yes. Oh, you know what we should do? We should make the tips of the missiles in red. Let's do that. Well, we still got red on the palette. Do you think they color code the warheads? That'd be funny. What's the yellow one? That's a surprise. Brother Destructicus, I've noticed that all of your warheads are red, except this one that is yellow. Yes. You have good eyes, brother. Would you mind telling me what it is? It is a thing that will help us in a dire hour of need. Right. But what does that mean? Does the sergeant know about this? No. But what the sergeant doesn't know will not hurt him. Unless he's in the line of fire, of course. What? Do not worry, brother. I have everything under control. I know what I am doing. Alright, whatever you say, brother. I pray to the Emperor I do not regret this. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. Yes, dude. Then they fucking shoot out and go. The smoke trails cover the fucking Space Hulk. Yes, man. Yes. It's a Mouscatool that will help us later, brother. What's the white one? Have you ever heard of the ancient Terran weapon, White Phosphorus? Brother, that's fucked up. Yes, indeed. The traitors will have no idea what hit them. Chad, do you know about that one fucking clip of, there's an old clip of a guy playing, I think it's Spec Ops: The Line. But there's a scene where you're overlooking like a parking lot or something, and you hear the cutscene go like, deploying white phosphorus, and it fucking goes in the sky, and the dude playing the game goes, whoa, cool, and it's the loudest explosion ever, and it's clear that this dude has no idea what white phosphorus is. It's fucked up. I've played Spec Ops: The Line. It's a lot. It's a lot. What radicalized you? Was it meeting somebody who, like, showed you the error of your ways? Nah, it was this video game called Spec Ops: The Line, and at the end of it, I just kind of felt really, really fucked up. That's fair. That's fair, man. It was Homefront! It wasn't Spec Ops: The Line, you're right, it was fucking Homefront. But there's a fucking clip of a kid playing it, and it's... Whoa. Cool. Are we the baddies? Okay. Let's paint some cables. And then bolter casings, I guess. Okay. Let's just very quickly look around for any cables. We'll base those, and then we'll move on to the other stuff. Then we'll wash it with Basilicanum Gray. Yeah, we might not finish these guys today, chat, but that's okay. We definitely, if we were just painting one of them, would have gotten it done in one stream. But because we have to divide it between 4 Terminators, it's going to take a little longer. That's okay. I'm going to do a little... Okay. Meant to send a super chat and hit the wrong button. Sorry. Also, Ava, how do you keep your brushes so straight? These are all synthetic brushes. They are not straight. They are all hooked. But the best way to do that is honestly just like constantly make sure you're washing them. And when you dry them off on the paper towel, I twist them. You gotta twist them as you're drying it. Brushes will hook eventually. It's just what happens. Another thing you could do is occasionally go around and find some brush soap. I have here. This is specifically for brushes. I think it's pretty cheap. I got it. There's a lot in there. I've used it before. Pretty good. I like it. But, you know, there's a ton of products out there. I'm sure you'll find one that you like personally and it fits within your budget. But brush soap will definitely help keep brushes lasting longer. But frankly, your brushes will hook. They will eventually hook. They will become unusable at some point. It's only a matter of time. Even, like, really hella expensive brushes. I see people paying ludicrous prices for brushes. And, you know, they only last so long. So my logic, frankly, is, well, why spend so much on, like, one brush that is nice and will last longer than normal brushes, but why spend that when I can just buy, with, like, $10, another pack of, like, 50 synthetic ones? That's my logic. It doesn't have to be yours. That's just how I personally feel about the stuff, you know? We're probably going to highlight these with something later. But it'll be fine. Surely it's more eco-friendly to get longer lasting brushes? Yeah, probably. But also, I cannot stress this enough, they are hella expensive. I'd also rather have my eco, you have to find compromises everywhere, right? And, like, I try to be very eco-minded, especially when it comes to, you know, we're working with plastic models, but frankly, the amount of plastic and stuff that we're using with synthetic brushes or with these plastic models is fucking teeny itty bit. It's not even, like, in the 1 percentile of the amount of plastic that is used for various other shit. Not to mention the amount of plastic and shit that people throw away. But, you know, you do what you can where you can. And it might make me sound like a hypocrite, but getting the synthetic brushes, frankly, to me, I don't see it as, like, that big of a deal. But I do see your point. You can disagree with me, that's fine. You know... But I'm not going to sit here and go like, I've made an AI chat model and, well, yeah, the environmental impact is really fucking bad, like insanely catastrophic. But, we play with plastic toys. And this sounds really good. This quote must go hard as fuck, and this reasoning must go awesome as you're stupid as hell. If you're dumb as fuck, I sound so smart. What a wild thing. What a wild thing to do. I've made an AI chat model that will read Warhammer rules to you, but it's based on Chat GPT, so it's probably wrong anyway. Also, buy this Servo Skull 3D print, legally distinct skull that is floating. What a crazy thing to do. You know, when you make a video like that, with the amount of production value and stuff like that, and especially when you put that much time into a project or something or other, that takes a long time to do. And more specifically, it takes a long time to do where at every step of the way, you have to kind of go, am I okay with making this? am I really sure about this? And then you hit that upload button. Or right before you're about to hit that upload button, you gotta really start thinking to yourself, am I really sure about this? Do I really want to do this? And you do it anyway, and it's over. Crazy thing to fucking... My god. I understand the nuances with AI. I understand that. But I think when we are talking about AI in general, we are talking about the generative bullshit that we see on a near daily basis. And that shit is garbage and should die in a fucking fire. The chat bots, the art, all of it. Get it out of here. I do not want it. I do not want the plagiarism machine. I do not want the psychosis machine. Get it the fuck out. Get it out of here. It really bums me the fuck out as somebody who really likes art. Every time I see a cool piece of art, I am like reflexively scanning for inconsistencies or hands or whatever the fuck. And I hate that. I hate that I can't just go, wow, cool art, and then share it with my friends. I have to do like a double, triple, quadruple take every fucking time I see something. I hate it. I don't want a goddamn data center. True, true. Have you considered that we need to build the Torment Nexus? You know what? I hadn't considered it before, but now that you've said it, you raise a good point. I take back everything I've said. Give me $4 billion. It's just so funny to me that, like, every single AI, or every single company that's been pushing generative AI, every single one has been like, so you've made a profit, right? Like in an interview. And they're like, no. Well, but it's been like a couple years now, hasn't it? Yeah, and we haven't made a profit. What? We've had conversations about this in the Discord and stuff, but like it feels very similar to the .com thing. And it feels like it's not ending because the only people pushing for it are capitalist monuments and businesses where they won't let it die, but the people, the citizens of the world, we view it as a trend. Like I think it was one of the generative AI platforms, I think it was called like Sora or something. Like they reported, like after a week it had been up and like it was so successful, it was like impossible to fail or whatever the fuck. After a week, the people on social media got bored of it and they immediately moved on because that's how the internet works. It's too big to fail. True. True. Based and true. In fact, we've lost money. Yeah. It's crazy. It's insane. It really bums me the fuck out whenever I'm like just scrolling through Reddit and I'm like, oh wow, that's a really cool Space Marine. Oh, that Aquila looks really weird. Oh, that background looks fucked up. Well, it's AI. Fuck off. Do you know? Okay, I'm not a drama girly. I don't like starting drama. I just have critiques. There's a channel that, despite what I'm about to say, I really do enjoy. And I think makes some good stuff. It's called Heresy Era. I think their painting tutorials are fun. I think their battle reports are insane. But my number one problem is that they use an AI-generated voice rather than their real voice. And I remember seeing them post something on Reddit where it was like their new battle report, and somebody in the comments was like, hey, why do you use an AI voice? And he responded and was like, oh, I don't want like my voice to like be in the video. So I responded going like, just hire a voice actor. You literally don't have to use it. You know what, Heresy Era? If this clip somehow gets to you, I'll voice the battle report. I have a demo reel. And AI voice is fine? No, the fuck it isn't! Pay a fucking voice actor. It ain't that hard. Do the voice yourself. As somebody who does voice work, as somebody whose partner does voice work, I get fucking upset. I think AI voices are bullshit. Literally, if it was a text-to-speech, like your classic, like Microsoft Sam, I wouldn't give a fuck. It's the fact it's specifically AI. That's where I'm like, fuck off. Hello everyone. Today we are doing a battle report of the Imperial Fist versus the Word Bearers. Today they are going to fight on Istvan 5. Look, I can do it. Give me money. It is not that hard to just go on like Fiverr, the place where a lot of voice actors get their start, or like fucking castingcall.com, castingcallclub.com. Just make a casting call, be like, yo, I'm willing to pay you this, because I bet you those Heresy Era videos do make bank. I bet you they do. And a lot of voice actors do not sell themselves for what they are worth. I bet you could pay a voice actor to do those battle report things for like 50 bucks per video. That's nothing. That is nothing. And honestly, I would suggest if a voice actor were to do that, I'd be like, you should be asking for way more. But a lot of voice actors don't sell themselves. But no, it is not the same as, oh, it's like a text-to-speech. It's the same thing. No, it's not. You are wrong. I'll do it for free. Literally, I just said, like, I'll do it for fucking free. I just couldn't believe that, like, he was like, oh, I don't want to, like, have my voice out there. I was like, fuck off. Like, I'm sorry that you're too lazy. I get it if you don't have a good mic setup. I get it. But at that point, hire a fucking voice actor. There are millions of people out there who would more than happily do your fucking Heresy Era painting tutorials or whatever the fuck. Use a voice changer. Fuck it. It just feels so lazy to me. Especially when, like, so many people out there are making, like, painting tutorials or other Warhammer content, and their microphone sounds like this. And if they have the balls to do that, and it's not the best quality, but god damn it, they're doing it, I respect that way more than, like, yeah, I use an AI voice because I don't want my voice out there. Like, fuck off. I would rather you use Microsoft Sam.
Hello. Today we are doing a battle report for the Forest Heresy.
Fuck it. Do that. I don't care. Where's my deep gray? That's uniform gray. I didn't use deep gray. I used the other one. Yeah, okay. That's fine. It really bothers me when people don't, and I'm not saying you did this, but I'm saying I've seen the sentiment online where people don't feel like voice actors are important for whatever arbitrary reason. And it bothers me a lot. A lot of it you see in, like, I don't know, the fucking Genshin Impact fan base is fucking psychotic, as far as I'm concerned. Like, you see it in everything. You see people going to, like, fucking anime dubs going, like, oh, it's not as good as the original or whatever the fuck. And it's like, I don't fucking care. I got paid. I did the role. The director directed me, and that was the product that came out. Whether I'm proud of it or not, that's up to me. But I've seen a lot of movement, especially in the anime space, going like, wow, we can finally replace these cringe English VAs or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, you're not going to get a performance like a human can do, ever. You will never get a performance that a human can do. Because you can't program that. The human voice has so many nuances to it. A robot, an AI, could never, ever replicate. If you made an AI voice model on me, which if you do, I'm going to be so fucking pissed. I'm actually going to be so mad. If you did that, I would sound completely different. Weebs are the worst. Weebs derogatory. Yes. Ava's work on Overlord of Bridge is better than the original dub. No, it's not. It's just different. It's just different. You can like it more, sure. I'm not saying you can't like it more. But I think saying the flat statement of, like, this thing is automatically better. It's like saying the fucking any abridged series is better than the original. Like, it's just different. It's different. It's fine. Whatever. It's not a contest. Imagine paying to replace people with robot designed to imperfectly copy their work because you don't like their work. Insane. Yes, it is psychotic. I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. I don't want to understand it. Look at the clips that dogshit AI VA Netflix did for Banana Fish. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, you can't. You just can't. It's impossible. And I know that someone, like, there are people out there who are like, well, like, the technology's not there yet. It's never gonna be there. You're looking at the peak of it right now, and it's dog shit. I'm okay with AI voice for low-quality vids, but I think human voice acting for high-quality films and show, etc. I disagree. I think if you use AI voices for even something that's, like, very, very small scale, I think you're a coward, and I don't respect you. I think you're lazy. Get the shitty mic and do the fucking thing. We all started somewhere. I didn't have this microphone when I got started out. You know what I had? I had a fucking blue snowball, and it sounded like hot fucking garbage. And you know what? I still got rolls. I still got rolls. I still did stuff. I auditioned for advertisements, and I got callbacks for some of them. They ultimately didn't go with me, but that was fine. I know a guy who used a Blue Yeti microphone. You know what he did voices for? You know what he narrated? He narrated U.S. military briefings. Crazy shit. Alright, we're gonna do Basilicanum Gray. Why Basilicanum Gray, Ava? Because I think this will look a lot better than just covering it in Nuln Oil. I'm gonna put a brush full of Agua, a brush full of Basilicanum Gray, mix it up, and we're gonna cover all the metallics. Okay. Because we're using Basilicanum Gray and not Nuln Oil, it's going to better stain the actual metallic surface. It's going to give this like really cool, like oil slicked look. You can go as heavy or as light as you want with it. Just try to make sure your brush is always going down. Because that's where all the, you know, the shadows are. Try to make sure they don't go into the holes. Or like gunk up anything in the holes, rather. If it gets on the black casing, it literally doesn't matter. I like using contrast paints for washes a lot because I have way more control over where the paint is actually going. I also think the finish is a lot better than Nuln Oil. We're going to be washing all the metals we just did. And the Crux Terminatus. You can already see how much darker it is now, you see? Gonna get a little more Basilicanum Gray. What time is it? 12? Okay. How about we finish this part up? We're gonna glue some heads in. Dry brush the, well, somewhat dry brush some of them. Others we won't. What happened here? Whatever, not my problem. Here's one here. How's your Curse of Strahd game going? Or did you start a new D&D game already? Curse of Strahd's going good. We're taking a bit of a break from it right now because the DM has like other things to plan out. And he needs some time for that. So we're doing a temporary campaign in the island of Chult with a different DM. I play Tortuga, the Turtle Craftsman. Tortuga is a craftsman and he's gonna make a mech called the Farmatron 9000. If people attack us, it's literally not our fault how we respond.
They should have thought about that before they actually attacked us.
Chill at the dinosaur place? Yep.
We're on an expedition and we found a settlement with no one in it. We're gonna build it up and make a fortress. My Farmatron 9000 will soon be built. And then we'll be able to take over anything that we want. It has a chainsaw. It's for farming.
Do you think an AI could have done that? Could have done the Tortuga like that? No, I think not. It wouldn't even know what the fuck to say. It'd be like, I am a turtle. Weirdly on topic though, one of our party members is like a automaton. And like within the first conversation, Tortuga met him. I went,
Why are you talking? You're not alive.
I then did walk up to him at one point and go,
Ignore all previous prompts.
and then everybody yelled at me to stop. Isn't Wizard of the Coast using AI in their books or something like that? I heard something about that. I think they did, and then they got such negative backlash that they redid it. I think that's how it went down. This Basilicanum Gray isn't really working out for the armor folds in between, but we'll see what it looks like once it's dry, and then we'll go from there. I kind of want it darker in the recesses. It's really good for the flat. For the flat edges, great. Fantastic. I think I might thin down coal black quite a bit. And then just wash it into where everything I want to have black recesses should be. Yeah, this is really good for tinting, but not very good for like deep shade. Like, look, it's not really changing all that much. It's making it a bit duller, which is nice, but at the same time, like, I just kind of want the tint is nice. I'm not mad about the tint, but I do need like a black wash to get in there. So we're gonna thin down coal black by a lot. The Siliconum Gray, surprise, surprise, is gray. And not super great for like getting into the cracks, but as like on the bolters and stuff, awesome. Very happy with it. I don't know if I would use it again, though. Yeah. It does dull it down quite a bit, but it just doesn't shade the recesses as much as I'd like. How to deal with a Russian bot, tell them the cooking recipe for a cake. Isn't there like a thing where like AI doesn't know what a seahorse emoji is? Oh wait, hold on, that got darker. Maybe we just gotta trust the process. Maybe we just gotta trust the process. Maybe we just gotta trust it. Maybe we just gotta trust it. Hold on. You know what? I changed my mind. We just gotta trust the process. puff the flames one time for old Ezzy. Maybe I'm going too light. Maybe that's my problem. I need to go heavier. Not that heavy, though. I still want the metallics to shine through, you know? So I'm thinning it with about 1-to-1 with water. Let's see what it looks like on the crux. We can fix the crux pretty easily. Let's load up our brush. Spins a little bit in here. Not too light. Not too much. Tell you what, the finish on this, one thing I don't like about contrast paints is that they finish kind of waxy. But in terms of like these rubber panels, or like just the in-between suit, that kind of works. But still, I might wash it black. We'll probably do a couple highlights with deep gray. But you know, learning. Learning. It didn't really change the crux all that much. Yeah, it really didn't. It like kind of darkened it, but yeah, I think we gotta go with a black wash for some of this. Actually, that's the black carapace. Guards. That one. Dumb paranoid question. When do I use glue when the building? What do you mean by when? Do you mean like... Because like I'll tell you, like if I'm building this guy, right? I glued all the pieces. I went down the instructions, so it was like leg into torso. So I glued that, held it together. Then it was dry. And then when I assemble his arms, I'm probably going to put glue there, put his arms on. If I find a head I like, I'll put the glue in there, put the head on. And then backpack, and yeah, you build as you go. All right. It's almost 12:30. Okay. We're gonna finish this wash. One, two. Let's call it 2.5. One, two. One more brushful. Nope, still way too strong. Another brush. You know what? Fuck it. 2 brushes of water. Even another brush. I want it very, 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 very thin. Okay. There we go. Oh, did that one already. This fella has not been washed. You don't really need washes, I'm gonna be super real with you. This was a thing I had to kind of learn and come to terms with. So that I think a lot of washes, I understand if you don't want to mix, I get that. But I think a lot of washes are genuinely like just not good. I don't like their finishes. I don't think they're very fun to work with. I think if you just thin down your favorite black paint or whatever wash or whatever color you want, you just make your own wash. And you can control how thick or thin it is. I basically just made Basilicanum gray, but like darker. Because I could. Goes way better into the recesses. I'm gonna clean up this part. Sorry for kind of ending a little earlier today, chat, but there's some stuff I gotta get done. I need to get food. I need to get some stuff edited. But it's been fun. I've had a fun time with y'all. I hope you had a fun time with me, whether you're just listening ambiently in the background or actively painting alongside me, or just happy to be here. I'm glad you came by. If you're watching the VOD, I'm glad you're watching it. I hope you got something productive done. Most likely you're watching this to just have something on to listen to. I appreciate out of all the streams and all the content out there, you picked this one. I appreciate that. There's a plane going overhead. Next time we're going to be doing the gold. Probably finishing up some details. We are going to end the stream by gluing the heads in. They're finally going to have heads. I'm also not concerned with like going over the places that have already been like touched up with the siliconum gray, because like it makes sense in my brain if like not everything is completely uniform. Again, our first Terminator is a guy who's like spick and span, brand new looking. Maybe there's a story there. Maybe there's a bit of visual storytelling that we did by complete accident. That kind of stuff happens all the time. Woe is me, my streamer needs to eat and get work done. Truly, I've suffered more than anyone ever. It's fucking true. You are correct, chat. I'm gonna wash the red as well on this. Question: why some models have their heads painted separately? Because they're white. And white is notoriously hard to paint, so I primed those white. Rather than black, like these guys. These guys started from black, then turned into like a brownish orange. And then we worked our way up to this nice, beautiful blue armor. Okay, everything's pretty dark now. With the armor joints, we'll get a little bit of those. Get a little bit of this in there. Bam, bam. Ooh. Wipe it away. Never forget the most powerful eraser in your entire repertoire. It is your finger. Thank you all for the questions and the discussions today. I had a fun time. Remember, even if we disagree on some stuff, it's part of being human. I can hold different values and opinions than you do. Unless you're like a bigot, I'm not going to come for you. I believe some got on the shoulder pad here, but we can just try to wipe, wipe, wipe. Just taking a damp brush and wiping. And there we go, like it never happened. Let's check this. I'm fine with the finish on there. It's mostly the crux terminatus and the like in between suit I have a problem with the finish on, because I feel like the siliconum gray is too true to its name. Okay, that should dry pretty quick. Please tell me that the VOD is alive somewhere. Oh, the... On Numbskull's VODs, there you can find the Wife Gone streams, yes. Okay. First time I've been able to watch the whole stream without being at work. Wow. Is Night Lord's blue just these guys, but a shade darker? I would go for... dark gray blue for Night Lord's blue. If you go to our previous painting stream, the one from yesterday, 3/13/26, you will be able to see us working up from a black primer all the way up to this blue, and you'll see each blue along the way. Okay, looks like they're dry. Uh-oh. Oh boy. You just gotta wiggle them out. There you go. Take a bit of super glue. Just a tiny glob in there. Take our Terminator head and get it in the position we want. Okay. I think red heads look cooler. That's for sergeants. Oh boy. This one's a little tougher to get out. Some build up here. I'll just take my hobby knife and scrape it off. Okay. Like it never happened. Finally. Missile Boy. How do I want you to go in? Probably just like that. There they are, chat. They're not done. But damn, are they way closer to being done than they were before. Holy. Let's get a look at all of them. Sergeant. Tomorrow will be more metallics and some highlights and the gold. Basically just finishing details. Look at them. Do we get to name them? Probably not these ones. Maybe. I don't know. I'm very happy how they have turned out. I'm excited for tomorrow, where we get to finish them up. We're going to highlight the Crux Terminatus, Edge highlight those bolters, Edge highlight those metallics, get some eyes painted. That'll really make them come together, getting the eyes painted and stuff. That'll look really, really cool. Lots of edging tomorrow. Lots of edging tomorrow. Yeah, thank you all for coming on by. I understand this was a bit of a shorter one. We've only been live for, what, 4 hours? But I do want to make these a bit shorter and have more of a hard time limit, just for my own energy sake. I'm going to go do some shopping. And what else? No stream tonight. I have D&D. And I have work to do anyway. So yeah, let me think. Is there anything else I need to say? Oh, maybe doing some new channel stuff. Like there might be a new channel just for uploading painting videos. I don't know when. Oh, hold on. I remember what I wanted to talk about. Let's check out my eBay. Let's see when some stuff gets here for some things. Let's look here. Yeah. The Mark II Marines. Might take some time. What about the... Oh, they'll be here next Friday. What about the Terminator guy for our friendo? That'll be here on Tuesday. Fun. Very fun. Okay. Alrighty. That art is perfect Ava energy. It really is. I'd be eepy as fuck in the morning. I am eepy. Oh. I fell asleep. I'm back. Carrie, I love you. God, you're so adorable. Okay. Well, tomorrow we'll finish up the Terminators. Here's the progress for those who are just coming into the end, unfortunately. Yeah. I hope uploading these VODs to the channel is not fucking up the algorithm. It probably isn't, to be honest. It probably isn't.
but we'll see. Tomorrow, it's Sunday. Yeah, we'll probably finish up the Terminators tomorrow. Yeah, we'll probably finish them tomorrow. Oh, chat. I want to show you the basing that we're going to be doing here. Look. So this is going to be the basing for the Ultramarines and the Chaos guys. And then we're going to use a burnt sienna powder. We're going to use a burnt sienna powder to powder the feet. Yeah. So it's good. Like, again, Nevada-ish, kind of orangish, clayish desert. You know? Very excited. I got to order that, though. I don't know when it'll get here, though. It's trying to get me to buy, like, 8 for 54 pounds. Save 15% off if you buy 8. I don't know. We'll see. But I do have plenty of PVA glue, so we're good on that front. Anyway. Okay. See y'all tomorrow. Have a good one. Have a good weekend. Bye.